Test one. Test one, test two.
All yours, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors. Before I take roll call, I just wanted to take a moment and welcome everyone. We decided to do a little holiday light show to start things off this morning. And it gives me an opportunity to say in our last meeting of the year, thank you so much to staff, our CEO, our county council, and all our staff here on the third floor and throughout the organization for being a great team this year. And to my colleagues, we've done a lot of hard work this year, and we also like to have fun when we can. And so we've had a couple minutes of light show, and we can bring it back at the end of the meeting. So that's good motivation to get through all this. So thank you. And with that, I'll ask for a little more light so we can get down to business. All right. Thank you. So with that, Ms. Hoskins, could we please have roll call?
Vice Chair Manfrey.
Here.
Supervisor Ramos.
Here.
Supervisor Alessio.
Present.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Here.
Chair Cottrell.
Here. And can I please ask Christina Adamson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to bring out Luis, who is introducing us to Gracie, the pet of the week. Good morning, Luis. And what can you tell us about Gracie?
Okay, so this is Gracie. Gracie has been at the shelter since May 14th and still hasn't found an adoption. She's been at that shelter. She's been at the shelter for that long, and she's basically shown us that she's a great dog. Not only is she one of the volunteers' favorites, she gets to go home on weekends with some of our volunteers to spend time with them. She's social with dogs, social with people, very outgoing, very food motivated. When she does see people that she really likes, she does get really excited, but usually she's on the lower maintenance side, so just pretty easygoing. Once she finds a couch that she likes, she's most likely going to be pretty chill. This weekend would be a really good time to adopt her. We are going to be doing a Home for the Holidays adoption event. So basically from the 19th to the 21st, we're going to be doing half off on all adoption fees. That's including dogs, cats, kittens, puppies, and even our rabbits.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. She is a real friendly dog, and her tail has been wagging nonstop since she got here. So thank you for bringing her in. And again, Gracie's adoption fees will be waived this week, so please come down to the animal shelter. Thanks so much. All right, and with that, we will move into our agenda today. I want to make a couple of announcements. We will be swapping the order of two items. We will be taking the item 8B, the AB 720 item first, and then we'll take 8A after that. So we'll go, we'll run through 4, 6, 7, and then we'll take 8B and then go to 8A. And for my colleagues, I will remind us that we have a standing item of a 1:30 p.m. flood meeting today. So if we don't get through everything today, we will recess for that and then come back. But so there's strong motivation to get through all of that, our business first. So with that, I will bring us to the consent calendar. We have items 4A through 4AD. Are there any board comments or items to pull off the calendar? Is there anyone wishing to make public comment on any of the items on the consent calendar today? Anyone on the phones? Okay, with that, I will ask for a motion and a second to approve consent calendar items 4A through 4D.
So moved.
A motion from Supervisor Alessio.
I'll second.
Second from Supervisor Manfrey. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Now we will take public comment for anyone wishing to speak on an item that's not on the agenda today. Is there anyone here for an item not on the agenda? Okay, not seeing any. Is there any on the phone? Okay. With that, we'll move right into Boards of Supervisors reports and announcements. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and thank you for the light show. Put us all in a good mood. I wanted to comment on the visit from the Teamsters Union that we received regarding Westlake Royal Stone Solutions. I met with members of the union, and I think they importantly reiterated that 2/3 of the workforce live in Napa County, and 99% of these workers are immigrants, and these are our community members. Very important for us to understand that it's important that we advocate for our workforce and our local residents. So if I may, through the chair, I wanted to make a referral to staff to prepare a resolution that would support Local 853 in their negotiations, asking Westlake to bargain in good faith and work diligently toward a fair contract. So that's all I'm going to say for today.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a couple updates, really. I want to, and a thank you, really. I want to start with thanking Public Works. As we know, Mount Beater went through a lot of storm damage last March, and there were 3 slides in addition to one on Redwood Road, and they were not insignificant. They were, a lot of damage, and it cost a lot of money. Anyways, so I just want to thank the Public Works and the contractor who they hired, or contractors, for the good work they've done. The 3 areas that were closed or down to 1 lane are now all open. The biggest slide at the 5.2 mile marker, it just reopened last week. People still need to be safe. It needs to be striped and the reflectors added, but it looks a lot better and it's a lot safer. But in general, it's a road you just want to be safe on. So I want to share that. I also want to announce that the CPUC approved last Thursday for the undergrounding of PG&E lines, Redwood Road through Mount Beater. It's about 42 miles. That work is going to start February of this next year, and it's estimated to go through 27, 28. And there is a potential opportunity, and I did get a constituent that asked if AT&T, if we could do something in terms of supporting or writing a letter of support for AT&T to take this opportunity to underground the lines at the same time, since everything's going to be opened up. Otherwise, the poles will still be they'll still require the poles that the power lines will be, being used now. They'll be required and be above line. And one of those things I want to mention is that we know that communication can go down in those rural areas, and fiber optics is a way to really secure that communication. So I just want to put that out there. Staff knows about it, but I wanted to share that. And then last, I just want to thank, again, it's a Mount Beater theme here. I was invited to both the Mount Beater Fire Council holiday party and the Mount Beater Appalachian holiday party, and it was really an opportunity to continue to meet people and to hear the issues that are in those areas, and I want to thank them for that, and congratulate Dan Green, who's going to be the Mount Beater Fire Safe Council chair. And then last, thank you is really for all those that that supported and showed up or available to show up last Saturday morning for the care packages for the troops. Supervisor Manfrey was there, Congressman Mike Thompson, majority of the leaders, Cecilia Agar Curry, and about 400 other residents in the community were there. And it was just a really feel-good event. And we filled 1,000 care packages that'll be going out to our service members overseas. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfrey or Supervisor Ramos?
I will just wish everyone a happy holiday. It's been a really full year and I'm really grateful to be here with all of you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to all who attended our open house at our District 5 office and made food donations. It was just really, really amazing to have people come out. And we also celebrated the awarding of our fall student art competition and awarded scholarships to some incredible artists. So I invite anyone to come on down. The art will be featured until we fill the walls with the spring art a little bit later. And it really does, their drawings really do put my stick figures to shame. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. I had a couple things I wanted to mention. I also wanted to thank folks who attended the District 3 open house. This year we held it at the Calistoga Library, which was a great, bright space to do it. So thank you to Library Director Anthony Halstead, and we got a little bit of history there too. Wreaths Across America happened again at the Yountville cemeteries, both in the town of Yountville, but also at the Yountville Veterans Home. It's a great community event and brought a lot of people out. So thanks to all who came and participated in that. On Friday, I attended the wildfire task force meeting where I sit on the executive committee, and we had a great set of updates. But one thing I wanted to flag for Napa County is in CAL FIRE's updates, the clear focus both from CAL FIRE but also the task force itself working on their regional planning of the importance of the county role. And I think that Napa County's work that we've done so much in partnership with our local fire safe councils, FireWise, and our Napa County Fire Department is a great example of that, and why I think there's beginning to be an understanding of all that counties can do in that space. So more to come on that. I also, at our Rural County Representatives of California, I was elected to serve as second vice chair starting next year. So that will be a few more meetings, but I think that's an important way that we can participate in conversations about serving residents in rural counties across the state. And with that, I will turn us over to our next item, which brings us up to item number 7. We don't have any items pulled from the calendar, so we will move right to item 8, administrative items, and we'll start with 8B, to adopt a resolution responding to the state mandate creating Type 93 estate tasting event permits under AB 720. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Jason Downs, Napa County Fire Marshal, and alongside me I have Director of the PBS, Brian Bardona. And this morning we are going to be presenting a revised local framework for AB 720, also known as the ABC Type 93 Estate Tasting Event Permit. And we will be asking for recommending approval for this pilot program. First, I'd like to start off with just a general review of what AB 720 is and what the county's role is, and revisit our discussion from the 18th. First of all, AB 720 allows for limited outdoor wine tasting events on vineyard parcels that do not have winery production facilities, including adjacent or non-adjacent vineyards under common ownership or control. The county's role was to implement this without adjusting any of our current zoning, our road and street standards, and preserving fire and life safety. Some of the key takeaways on the November 18th meeting, we heard a lot of some great public comment, and I found it very beneficial to hear from the industry on exactly how they would utilize this new process and what it means to them. As we've heard time and time again, that the wine industry is down and that they're struggling, and that this is considered to be a lifeline and a new opportunity or a tool that they can use to hopefully increase their business. And so what we heard, what we presented originally back on the 18th, some of the themes were the occupancy limits were too restrictive and the transportation requirements were too onerous. And we also heard from this board, we should consider increase in occupancy. We should consider a reduction in the transportation requirements. We should clarify what we were talking about and discussing regarding a local review process. And then there was also some discussion about ag roads versus commercial roads. So after internalizing all of those, that public comment, talking with a lot of the key stakeholders after the 18th, and then also talking with all of you and then other key players here on county staff, we made some significant changes. And I'd like to dive into sort of a highlight of what those significant changes are now. The first thing that we changed is in terms of occupancy, we're going to go from 15 and we're recommending to go all the way to 49. And I'll provide more context on that in a moment. The next thing we'll do is we'll eliminate the previous transportation requirements. Applicants will manage the 4080T as already required with the use of agricultural roads. We're also going to define an event as 1 calendar day. And then we've, after circulation with some of the key stakeholders, we have streamlined the recommended review process, and we'll get into the details of what that local review process is going to look like here in just a few moments. The result of these changes is a direct response to the direction from this board and also the public concerns that we heard. So let's get into some of the details. The general permit parameters in regards to occupancy and traffic, we're going to have 49 persons total. 49 is going to be the limit, and that includes staff and guests. This is important for 2 reasons. One, this keeps this below the fire code assembly thresholds. Once you get over 50, there are different requirements in the fire code and building code regarding assembly occupancies, and those intensify. So being at that 49 or less makes it de minimis in nature. This is also in line with our temporary event process. Temporary events, 49 or less does not require local review or permit for temporary events. 50 and over, we start getting into the temporary event manual process and the different categories that brings and requires local review. 40 average daily trips, or otherwise known as ADT. That is significant in regards to our road and street standards and the definition of agricultural roads. We heard back on the 18th a great history on how 40 ADT and agricultural roads came about from Supervisor Ramos. And so we don't want to, as I mentioned at the top, we don't want to alter any of our local processes or standards. And so that keeps us in line with the agricultural road definition. Event operations, as we discussed already, will be considered 1 calendar day, and they'll be authorized for daylight hours only. Some of the other limitations that'll be a part of this process will be 36 events per year, but that's equivalent with AB 720. We're not limiting the number. We are going to limit these events to exclude them on red flag warning days. We're also going to say no permitted structures. So anything that requires a building permit or a temporary structure permit, such as a tent, will not be authorized. Also, it's important to note that this new state mandate, AB 720, does not override any existing use permits or any existing limitations that might be placed on a particular parcel. This will be fully compliant with fire and life safety requirements within our fire code and our local muni code. And one edit here on the PowerPoint, it won't be in compliance with ADA or, health and environmental regulations. And as the fire marshal, we will not be reviewing that. That'll be the responsibility of the permit holder. So let's get into the local process and enforcement. So the proposed local process, as we discussed on the 18th, was to come up with an annual permit. And this is what will be required of applicants that wish to utilize this new permit type. It'll be an annual permit, and it'll require an online application through the online permit center. That is the same permit process that if you're applying for a building permit or any other permit within the county, that will be utilized. And it'll be a record type underneath the fire department. And we're going to ask for some very basic things. We're going to ask for general contact information regarding who the permit or license holder is. We're going to ask for a copy of the ABC license. And then we're also going to have a fire and life safety acknowledgement form. That acknowledgement form is going to include some of the limitations that we just reviewed: no red flag days, no tents, 36 events. And then we'll have a series of other fire and life safety code requirements right out of the California Fire Code that relate to outdoor events. Safety things regarding open flames, generators, heaters, those types of safety concerns. And it'll be acknowledgement that the permit holder will say, we are going to comply with these local requirements. And then we'll ask for an aerial site map. The aerial site map will show some very basic things: property boundaries, so we can determine that this is a vineyard-only parcel with no winery, and that we can evaluate our emergency access roads with the minimum standard being an agricultural road. And then we'll just ask them to identify in very general terms where they might plan on assembling these folks and where they're going to park vehicles. Because with the allowance of the use of agricultural roads, we're going to want to ensure that fire department access is maintained at all times. The permit term, the annual permit that we will issue out of the fire marshal's office will be valid for 1 calendar year, January through December, and it will require annual renewal. This next slide depicts what the fee cost could be. And this data assumes that someone hosts all 36 events. So the ABC will charge, the state ABC will charge an annual fee of $210. If you were to host all 36 events, it requires an individual permit at $100 per event applied to the ABC. So max, that could be $3,600. And then our annual review, the $343, which is our equivalent to our hourly rate, it would be a flat fee. So when you look at this, that covers our time and the staff time for the review, and it's a flat fee, and we come in at 8% of the total cost. In terms of enforcement and accountability, a couple of things: if the ADT limits were exceeded, or if anything were violated off our fire and life safety acknowledgement form, if the site conditions were to change, or it was determined that some of these events created some sort of hazardous conditions, we can consider revoking the annual permit. Key point here, as you can see on the slide: responsibility for compliance remains with the permit holder at all times. So we're recommending that this be a pilot program. The pilot program would be effective, if approved today, January 1st, 2026, and would expire July 1st, 2027, unless extended. And the purpose of this pilot program is to evaluate the effectiveness of this local process. We want to validate our local process and hear from the stakeholders on how this was helpful, how maybe it wasn't helpful, and some ways that we could potentially improve this. This will also be on the heels of a general plan update. And so if there was a desire to expand or make modifications, this would be the ideal time to do so, which is why we're recommending a pilot program. And then also, just to reiterate that this does not expand current entitlements or override any existing use permits. So what's the overall effect and what's the staff recommendation? So the overall effect is we believe this local process upholds the intent of AB 720. It preserves all of our local zoning standards to include the winery definition ordinance, the definition of marketing, agriculture, and also our road and street standards. It addresses the public concern that we heard on the 18th and also acknowledges your direction on the 18th. And we also believe that making some of the key changes also encourages compliance rather than circumventing our process. So with that, we recommend that you approve this local process for the state-mandated AB 720 estate tasting permit process and proceed with the pilot program as proposed. Available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Downs. I think at this point what I will do is go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment on this item this morning?
Good morning, Supervisors. Michelle Novi with the Napa Valley Vintners. Vineyard experiences tap into something powerful. When someone stands in a vineyard, walks the rows, meets the people who work the land, they're not just learning about wine, they're connecting with the place. Those visitors become advocates. They take that experience home with them and they share it. And in today's world, authentic experiences that build connection and build community are more important than ever. This pilot program creates a framework for those connections to happen responsibly. 49 people at a time, daylight hours, outdoors, in the ag setting where the story actually unfolds. It's intimate, it's educational, and it's fundamentally about farming. What I appreciate about this proposal is how responsive and how thoughtfully it's structured. The fire marshal reviews for safety, that's exactly right, given the rule setting and emergency access considerations. And the 18-month pilot means we're learning as we go, with the flexibility to adjust based on real experience. This approach gives vintners a new tool for building their businesses while keeping ag at the center. These aren't experiences that could happen anywhere. They're rooted in the vineyard itself, in the specific soils and microclimates and human effort that make each place distinct. There's real potential here for our ag economy. Direct relationships with consumers help the small family operations thrive. When people understand the craft and care behind what they're buying, they inherently value it differently. They become long-term customers, refer their friends, and invest in our region's success. The state recognized this opportunity when it passed AB 720, and now we have the chance to implement it locally in a way that reflects our values: safety first, careful oversight, genuine accountability, and centering our agricultural economy. Vintners are ready to show you that this can work. They understand what's at stake, not just for their businesses, but for the agricultural heritage of Napa County. They're committed to continue being responsible stewards of that heritage while finding new ways to share it with people who increasingly hunger for real connection to the land and the people that work it. To the staff, to the fire marshal, thank you for proposing this pilot program, for listening, and for giving our wine community the opportunity to demonstrate what's possible. Let's see what we can build together, something that strengthens agriculture, makes meaningful experiences, and keeps this county's working landscape working. Thank you so much for your consideration, and for the thoughtful way you're approaching this decision.
Thank you, Ms. Novi. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Becker Lamb with Lost Valley Wines and Cordero Vineyards. We are a 100-acre ranch about 15 minutes northeast of here on Wooden Valley Road in Napa. And we are a verified microproducer as part of Save the Family Farms, which Elise has been advocating for programs like this for a number of years. And we're personally very excited about the changes that have been proposed this morning. I want to thank the fire marshal and all the staff. I think this is an excellent way forward for us. It appears that we would be able to host people at our vineyards and share our wines on property, and it'd be really a wonderful way to build our brand and introduce our unique story that we have. It's a little piece of heaven over in Wooden Valley, and being able to share that with people is really important to drive the kind of the love of the wine and the place. I think that what's been proposed here is very workable, and I encourage you all to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Good morning, Mr. Nerlov.
Good morning. Ken Nerlov, longtime grape grower, owner of Elkhorn Peak Cellars in the Napa Valley. AB 720 was implemented by the state to help support the small growers, not only in the Napa Valley, but all across the state of California. And they're doing it at a time when we really need it, not just us, but all the people involved in the wine industry. I think the way that Jason and his crew have implemented the AB 720 is a no-nonsense, makes sense, achievable thing. And I think when we come to a compromise where both sides maybe don't get everything they want, but it's a compromise that they can work with, how can you lose on a deal like that? All the suggestions that have been made by Jason and his crew, I think are achievable. I think they're doable, and they're certainly workable. The bottom line here is that because of what's going on not only in our industry, but in the economy all over, everybody needs a little bit of help. And for years, we have been trying to implement policies in the Napa Valley that encourages the family business, the small business, to really help the soul of the Napa Valley survive. AB 720 can do that. And we look forward to working with you guys to implement these procedures. I know from a standpoint as a small business owner, this is something that's workable, it's achievable, and I think that it'll help a lot of people that are coming to Napa Valley to get another view of what goes on in the valley besides the big fancy wineries and all that kind of stuff. And I think with the changing demographics of the consumer and the people coming to the Napa Valley, they will embrace this. They will love it. They will tell their friends, and I think it'll help business in the Napa Valley. At the end of the day here, as long as everybody's okay with this and there's no real red flags, how can we lose? Well, the answer to that is we can't lose. It's a pilot program. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we go back to the drawing board. But to not give it a try and not embrace it, I think would be the wrong decision to make. So again, I thank Jason, his staff, everybody that's put time into this thing. I think is well thought out, and let's get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nerlov. Good morning, Mr. Rasmussen.
Hi, thank you very much for this opportunity. I simply want to say thank you to the Fire Marshal and his office, to city staff, and Mr. Bardona's office for coming up with, I think, is a wonderful solution to a problem. I mean, what a difference between this discussion and the one we had a month ago in terms of the tenor of the audience and in the industry representatives that came. I think there's a great opportunity. I hope you endorse it. We have, my wife and I have a vineyard both on Mount Veeder in Supervisor Alessio's district and also one in Calistoga. Both very small. We struggle to start a brand. We operate under a Type 02 license, and this is going to be a huge thing for us. I also hope that as we look forward on revising the WDO, we don't stop with this change. I mean, there's more that we can do, I think, to support this type of experience that are important to all of the small family operators in the valley. So let's just keep an open mind. Let's make this work. And also, let's not stop here and think about other things that we can do. I'd love to see us make it possible to have small tasting events in addition to these larger events, because the financial barriers, even to having big events, doesn't really help, with small intimate events, 2 or 3 people, 4 people. And I think there's a way that we can build on this to look for small adjustments to the WDO that would permit this type of thing. My wife and I started coming to Napa Valley in the early 1980s. At that time, when we visited a winery, we typically sat down with the vineyard owner, with the winery owner. Tastings were free. People were generous. The hospitality was overwhelming. And that's what made us fall in love with Napa Valley. I think with this change to county policy, but I think also with some additional small tweaks to the WDO, we can bring that time back again. We can make it possible for people like us to invite people to the vineyard and charge no tasting fees and have no barriers, and to really roll out the red carpet to our visitors. That's what's going to, I think, renew the interest in Napa Valley. That's what's happening in other counties. We're losing business to other wine regions in the state that are just where the regulations are less onerous on vineyard owners, on winery owners, to be able to serve people. So thank you. I hope you vote for this, and thank you, Jason and your staff, for this, I think, very, very intelligent proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen. Good morning, Ms. Nerlov.
Good morning, Supervisors. Elise Nerlov here today to express my personal support as well as the support of the Save the Family Farms organization for the implementation of AB 720 before you today. I want to sincerely thank Fire Marshal Jason Downs for his leadership in advancing this proposal. This was the first time in my experience working on policy that someone asked how small business owners actually make decisions. Jason took the time to listen to the math and the logic behind our requested thresholds and met us at a place that felt fair. This proposal is grounded in proportionality, it mirrors existing regulations, and it contains thresholds that work for small businesses. Thank you, Jason. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this proposal is nearly identical to the original vision upon which Save the Family Farms was founded back in 2018. At that time, we approached the board, county staff, and industry organizations seeking support for small vineyard owners who make wine at custom crush facilities, who simply wanted to serve their wine at a picnic table next to a vineyard for a limited number of guests. That language is a direct quote from our earliest proposal, which we circulated widely and tirelessly for nearly 3 years. I've heard from many in government and the industry organizations expressing frustration that Napa was not consulted by the state during the drafting of AB 720. But the reality is that this community was given an opportunity years earlier to shape a locally driven solution brought forward not by Sacramento, but by your own constituents. Instead of rising to the occasion in a way that addressed the original ask, the county advanced a framework that moved us down a very different path, one that proved costly, complex, and ultimately out of reach for the small businesses it was intended to help. Most recently, in the spring of 2025, during the amendment period for the micro winery ordinance, the county maintained that a framework like AB 720 was not feasible locally. So I am grateful that the state, along with the Wine Institute, recognized the urgency of this issue and advanced a framework that finally creates a viable path forward for small wine producers. I also want to acknowledge the Napa Valley Vintners, who I heard supported the proposal today. When Save the Family Farms first advanced this vision in 2018, NVV chose not to support it, despite its close alignment with the needs of the Valley's smallest producers, many of whom they represent. While that lack of support was consequential at the time, I welcome their alignment today. Progress is meaningful, even when it comes later than hoped. I look forward to being the first to apply for an operational permit in January. The members of Save the Family Farms do not take this privilege lightly. We will use it responsibly, and we fully intend to share real data with you at the conclusion of the pilot. Finally, I want to acknowledge our founders, Bill Wolf and Paul Maroon, who began this work 10 years ago, but passed away before seeing it come to fruition. I will continue to advocate for the fairness and equitable opportunities for Napa's smallest producers moving forward. Thank you, and please vote to pass the version of AB 720 before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Narlo. Good morning.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lee Nordland. Been employed by the Napa Valley wine industry since 1993. I've come here to lend my support to this proposal. Based on personal experience, I can't tell you how many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people I've hosted in vineyards and the tastings. But one thing that hasn't come up is the tastings that are even greater impact on the consumer level, and that's at the trade level for restaurants and retailers and even distributors who come out there, because there you have a magnifying effect of those tastings. And those people, they go back home to their wine stores when they're serving customers at the restaurants, and they say, I was there. I put my fingers in the dirt. I know why this wine tastes this way, and I want you to enjoy what I enjoyed. It has such a tremendous impact that goes on well beyond Napa Valley. And if we don't take advantage of that, other wine growing areas are going to take advantage of that. In fact, they are right now because they can come in at a lower price. So this is a really important move. One last little anecdote. At one of these tastings out in the vineyard, it so charmed one young man who brought his girlfriend that they proposed and they engaged to get married right there in the vineyard. How's that? That's Napa Valley for you.
Thank you, Mr. Norland. Good morning, Ms. Benvenuto.
Good morning, Michelle Benvenuto, Wine Growers of Napa County. We just want to express our gratitude to the board, to Fire Marshal Downs. I mean, this is so well thought out, and I think the one of the last slides, the overall effect and recommendation, I mean, that really hones in on really what this does, and it takes into account not only what you guys, your input at the last meeting, the industry's input, the community's input. It's a win-win, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benvenuto. Good morning, Ms. Doman.
Good morning, Deborah Doman with Treasury Wine Estates. I just too want to thank Jason for his outreach and great conversations and well thought out approach. Our team is super excited about this. I sent it out to everybody that I got emails on when they first heard about this program and got zero negative comments or concerns, and we're just super excited to welcome and educate guests in this manner. So asking for your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doman. Anyone else in the room today or on the phones? Do we have anyone? Okay, thank you.
We have Peter Rumble on the line. Peter?
Peter Rumble, Napa County Farm Bureau. Oh,
you're online. You can go ahead. You have your 3 minutes.
I'm online. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Peter Rumble, Napa County Farm Bureau. Thank you so much, supervisors. I am sorry that I can't join you in person and express my deep gratitude to you in that fashion, but it is so important to recognize your responsiveness and the county staff's responsiveness that I couldn't miss the opportunity to call in. No one policy or program is going to address every challenge that we have in the industry. It's going to take multitudes, but this is definitely a step in the right direction, connecting people to land and supporting our small businesses and large businesses alike in promoting our industry. So I, again, just wanted to thank you. Really a tremendous help, and really appreciate how responsive and quick your team came back. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rumble. Anyone else, Ms. Hoskins? Okay, great. So with that, I will close public comment. I will bring it to the board, and we have Supervisor Ramos, Supervisor Gallagher, and Supervisor Alessio. we'll go with you first.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to our Fire Marshal, Mr. Downs, and to our PBS Director, Mr. Bordona, and to County Council. I know a lot of work has gone into this to respect the boundaries that we previously established under the agro definition, and I greatly, greatly appreciate that because I think we've achieved a viable path for this pilot project. I have a couple of questions. Mr. Downs, you mentioned that there was the law is silent on ADA compliance and that would be required of the permit holder. And so there's not an ADA exception, certainly, but we're not the enforcers of it since there is no building permit that is being issued, right? So like our purview is anything that attaches to the building permit, correct?
That's correct.
So how are we going to, or more, this is maybe direction of acknowledging within the application that that the permit holder is responsible for any applicable ADA compliance or readily achievable access, which is the language for ag alternatives of access. I just want to make sure there's not an expectation that the county is reviewing ADA.
We can certainly add that into the acknowledgement form. And, you know, the conversations that I've had with the industry, you know, as business owners, they're going to want to create a experience that people are going to return to, and they're going to want to purchase their product. And so I think that they'll, you know, take that into account in these rural areas and provide necessary accommodations as needed based on the site location.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to make sure that there's not an expectation that the county is reviewing any type of readily achievable access.
I'll work with council and we'll put that language in our acknowledgement form.
Councilor, are you understanding my concern? Since there's no building permit issued, which we would have purview over looking at, I want to make sure that we're acknowledging that we're not doing a site visit, we're looking at aerials, and that we're not validating ADA access.
Yes, thank you for that. The form will certainly state that and have the same declaration regarding all ordinances, regulations, laws, and rules that would otherwise apply, that the Fire Marshal's office is not the one reviewing compliance for those laws.
Perfect.
And that the property owner or the event sponsor is responsible for said compliance.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And then there's one other thing that, you know, when I look at the O2 licenses stem from Business and Professions Code 23013, which is a winery using grapes, berries to convert to wine. Like, that's it. That's what the O2 is. And it is not specific to any one county. So I thought about this because I see my friends the Puentes in the back of the room, which made me think we need to specifically acknowledge this. So it is possible to have an O2 permit in another county and vineyards in this county. And so this pilot would allow you to utilize the benefits of the O2 in another county to come and visit the vineyards in this county. We've never discussed that. I've looked deeply, and that's how I see it. So I just want to put that out there that, you know, it's about, it stems from where the holding of the vineyard is, not where the holding of the O2 permit is. And so we just have to be careful. That kind of, in some ways, changes the landscape, because we were looking at this from the number of O2 permit holders in the county, and that's actually the wrong starting point. The starting point is O2 permit holders anywhere in the state that have vineyards in this county. And vineyards also extends to full leaseholds. You don't have to own it. So we have to make sure that the application
looks at acknowledging that, right? That it has to be a full leasehold, exclusive leasehold, would also meet those requirements. And I say that based upon a conversation I had with Assemblymember Rogers on Friday at lunch, and as we were discussing how he filled our docket here with AB 720. So I just want to make sure we have those acknowledgements. I don't know if you have any comments on those, but those are a few ideas that just came to mind that I want to make sure we're not silent on.
I appreciate that feedback. We know that AB 720 does allow, you're correct in that it doesn't matter where the O2 license originates, but they have to have that common ownership or control of a vineyard here in Napa County. So we'll work with council on this acknowledgement form to have that be something that's checked and something that we can easily verify with the submission of the O2 license.
Perfect. And I think that also, with any pilot program, we've got to look at what is the measurable on the back end, right? Of what is it that we're trying to understand, and from the pilot to full adoption. And so I think that actually is one of those metrics that I certainly don't have an idea of what that may be. So I think that from a tracking standpoint, we should certainly be mindful, and I would love for us to have a report out, once a year of what the permit activity is. I think when we have our general plan update meeting probably would be an appropriate time to find out what the permit activity is, and also to look at what is the origin of the O2 license.
Understood.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Just first, I want to concur with both of the points that Supervisor Ramos made around the ADA in the acknowledgement form and the reporting on the annual reporting that she just mentioned. I think those are both really good ideas that we need to acknowledge and make sure are incorporated. Thank you to the staff very much. I know that this was a really quick turnaround, and you all worked really hard to get to this point, and thank you for all that you have done and all the meetings you've had and all the listening that you have done very well. I think that this does strike the right balance and places the focus where it needs to be, namely on safety. I hope this will be a positive experience, an opportunity for growers and vintners to highlight the type of farming we do in Napa County and introduce many people to an agricultural process that they have not seen up close and personal. I support the pilot program as laid out by our fire marshal. The 40 ADTs is in keeping with the maximum trips allowed on agricultural roads and aligns with road and street standards. In 2023, this was analyzed and is in keeping with local SECO guidelines, so we're good there. The 49 participants, as Fire Marshal Downs commented, is below the fire code assembly thresholds. Again, there's that consistency with local safety standards and keeping the focus where it needs to be on safety. So thank you to everyone who participated in these conversations and to our staff for, I think, iterating on this and coming to a place where we can confidently move forward with the pilot. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Alessio.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fire Marshal Jason Downs and Director Brian Bordona and our council. Really looking at this with a fresh perspective after really doing a deep listening session through the last public comments, through the comments from up here. I think this is the best example of a win-win I've seen in local policy in a long time. And that not just here, I go extending back to the city of Napa. Really, this is an example of a saying that we used to say at Queen of the Valley Hospital, faith, foresight, and flexibility it allows for all of those things, and still to honor what we have existing today from the zoning, of course, life and safety, the road and street standards even. You really found a way to expand this as much as possible to allow that breadth that folks in the small businesses, especially in our farmers and our vintners, it's really crucial at this time. And you took that to heart, all of you, and I thank you for that. We're going back to the drawing board. I don't really have a lot to say beyond that, just a lot of gratitude. You knocked it out of the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfree.
I'm still making notes here, but good discussion, and thanks especially to staff for crafting this so carefully. And I really do genuinely hope this will help the wine industry and benefit the industry in ways that that ultimately benefit the whole community. And I also am interested in the focus on safety. I think this does a really good job of dovetailing within existing guidelines. And, per our last discussion about this, it's a lot like doing nothing, but with the purpose, with the purpose of making sure we don't run afoul of any existing rules and providing a ton of clarity. That's, I really think what we would, yeah. I'm not sensing disagreement. So, but I think that's kind of where we've arrived after all of this conversation. And I think that goes to show the value of good communication in the policymaking process. I really appreciate that this doesn't trigger the temporary events ordinance, that it doesn't increase daily trips over the current allowance, and that it centers ultimately on health and safety throughout the county. In looking at where this will potentially be rolled out, we have vineyards that are kind of, spaced. There are many in the valley. There's also a lot in the hills in Coombsville, in Woodin Valley and Gordon Valley. And the places where this may be implemented, where people may wish to do this, are spread across all those areas. There's a lot of vineyards that don't have wineries in them where this could potentially apply. So it'll be really interesting to see how this goes. And I also really appreciate the focus on data collection, and I'm looking forward to those reports coming back. My only remaining concern at this point is that I don't want to get a lot of calls from people who move to remote areas for peace and quiet and are finding that they no longer have those benefits of the place where they chose to live. And that's not really something we can mandate, I don't think, here in this way with what we have before us. However, I would just encourage those of you who are thinking about taking advantage of this new possibility to communicate with your neighbors first, and to be considerate, and to always stay fire safe.
Thank you so much for those comments, Supervisor Manfree. And I really agree with so much with everything that my colleagues have said. This was a tall order when AB 720 rolled out. We were faced with how to comply with state law within an existing framework, maintain our WDO and our ag preserve, not get afoul of CEQA or the road and street standards, and also find a way to make it easy for small farmers to comply and to implement this. So this really feels like a great set of solutions. It's one tool in the toolbox. And, I want to thank staff and echo my colleagues here that you both have been very responsive to board direction, community input, and I think in terms of the county organization, it's been a great example of collaboration and interdepartmental communication and really working together. So I want to say thanks to both PBES and especially the fire marshal's team for that. I think this is a very streamlined approach. Mr. Downs, you and I have talked a fair amount about what this one-page form would look like, and I think a lot of great ideas have come out of it. And I had made a note about the ADA, that I imagine there's some statement that says, as a small producer applying for this permit, I understand it's my responsibility to meet ADA requirements, other things, I'm taking that on. That's not the oversight that the fire marshal is being asked to do here. So I think and the other piece is also be a responsible host, right? This is, we're inviting people into vineyards to taste wine, and so we want to make sure that that stays a safe activity for everyone involved. And then I think the other thing, and I think Supervisor Manfrey referenced an aspect of this too, is many vineyards have shared access roads. And so I also like this idea to encourage folks to be in communication with neighbors ahead of time to make sure that everyone knows when an event is going to be happening. I know, I feel like when you and I sat on the Planning Commission, that was always the advice, is make sure you talk to your neighbors first. And so I will really encourage communication and hopefully collaboration between vineyard neighbors as well. I think the only other thing, well, I like this idea also, Supervisor Ramos, of getting a report in the spring, and some of the metrics I'm interested in. I like this understanding where someone's type 02 is held, and also what's working for folks. You know, how many events did people end up using, what times of year, you know, because this, you can imagine you could do 3 events a month, or someone might choose to do them all in the summer or the fall. Or so I think the other thing I like about the way it's set up is there's a lot of flexibility, and I think it will be helpful for the county as we move forward in our planning to understand how it's being used. And also, you know, to Mr. Nerlov's point, what hiccups people are coming across, and are there adjustments we need to make. So the final thing I just wanted to say is our vineyard landscapes are the foundation of our local grape growing and wine industry, not only as a source of fruit, but they're a symbol of stewardship, both agricultural, and they indicate the care that we take in the valley for our natural environment. And AB 2720 allows wine producers to share this with their guests. And, you know, we've heard so much great comment from the podium today about how this helps individual producers, but I think it helps the community as a whole. So I'm very much in favor of this, and I will now look for a motion.
I'd like to make that motion to approve AB 720 Type 93 Estate Tasting Event Permit Pilot Program.
I'll second. There's a motion and a second. Is there any final comments from colleagues? Okay. Without that, I will go ahead and ask for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we will move back to item 8A. Do people want me to put the Christmas lights back on for that or something? Plug those in. Yeah, between.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. Could you? No. Delia. Great. Good morning. Welcome back to the December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors. We are on item 8A, where we will receive a presentation on the county's baseline data report update and provide direction regarding the proposed scope and approach for the general plan update and related EIR. Good morning again.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Cottrell and members of the board. Very happy and excited to be here to present on this topic. I would like to first start by introducing our consultant team. To my right is Matt Ramey of Ramey Associates. He has been lead on our BDR on the public outreach and land use component, among other things. And on Zoom, we have Shannon Wages. She's with Environmental Science Associates, and she is a general plan guru, and so we're happy to have her on our team as well. Today, we are going to walk you through kind of a general plan 101, nuts and bolts of a general plan, why we need to update our general plan. There's going to be a particular focus on community outreach, board and public visioning process, and then there's also going to be a piece on the BDR, an update to that process and how it ties in and otherwise supports the general plan update. Following that, of course, we will ask for a discussion in any direction on the part of the board in terms of our approach, as well as from the public. So with that, I'm pleased to turn things over to Mr. Ramey. Ms. Wages. Sorry.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Good morning.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shannon Wages with Environmental Science Associates. Thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be here with my team. So, before we dive into the Napa County's update process, we just wanted to start with a quick overview of what a general plan is and why it's important. So on the left-hand side of this slide, you'll see a simple illustration of the key elements that make up a general plan. First and foremost, every city and county in California is required to have a general plan. It provides the legal and policy foundation for how the county will manage growth and change. Second, the general plan should reflect the community's vision, so how residents want Napa County to evolve over the next 20 years. Third, it includes a set of goals, policies, and implementation strategies that guide decisions across all topics of the general plan, and we'll get into what those are in a moment. Fourth, all of these components work together to create a long-term integrated strategy for the county's future. And finally, the general plan, once it's adopted, is really used to guide day-to-day decisions. So it will inform, for example, zoning ordinance updates, what grants the county chooses to pursue. It provides a policy foundation for also other planning initiatives and capital investments. And then on the right-hand side of this slide, we just summarized this idea that a general plan is really the county's long-term roadmap. So it's a blueprint for protecting what the county values, addresses emerging challenges, and ensures that Napa County remains a resilient, thriving place for generations to come. So as the county begins this update, the goal is really to reflect current conditions, reflect community values and future priorities, and then build a clear policy framework that helps achieve this community vision. All right, let's move to the next slide, please. So this slide just highlights what a general plan must include under state law. So the wheel on the left just illustrates the 7 required chapters or elements that every city and county in California must address. So these include the land use element, which establishes the pattern and intensity of future development, the circulation or mobility element, which covers mobility across all modes, so roads, transit, walking, cycling, the housing element, which the county recently completed in 2023 and will be incorporated by reference. So in other words, we won't be updating the housing element again at this time. Conservation and open space are 2 separate elements that are often combined. These protect natural resources, habitats, agriculture, scenic landscapes, things like that. Noise, so this is often also combined with the safety element. It ensures compatibility between land uses and noise generating activities, such as industrial uses, heavy arterials, even airplane noise. And then safety focuses on natural and man-made hazards, such as wildfire, flooding, seismic hazards, climate hazards, emergency response. And the safety element was also updated recently in 2023 with the housing element, but there are certain pieces of your safety element that were not updated at the time, so we'll also be doing a focused update of this element. And together, these elements form the core policy framework for how the county grows and protects its resources. And then in addition to the state-required 7 elements, there are 2 additional elements that are mandated when a jurisdiction meets certain criteria. So environmental justice applies to communities which are considered disadvantaged by the state. Air quality is required in the San Joaquin Valley just to address air pollution concerns in that region. And then, you can also have just an array of optional elements, just depending on what's important. Napa County qualifies for environmental justice, so we will be preparing a full EJ element as part of this update. And then there are other elements, as I mentioned, to address local priorities. You can have an economic development element, community character, a climate specialized element. So in Napa's case, we will be refining the structure of the elements to reflect both state mandates and local priorities. And we'll walk through that proposed structure in just a moment. So the key point is just really that the general plan is comprehensive, and the updated plan will bring all of these topics together in one coordinated policy framework. Next slide. Okay, so the Napa County last completed a comprehensive update in 2008. It has served the county well for more than 15 years, and it includes the core state required elements as well as optional chapters that reflected local priorities and continue to be important today. So that includes agriculture preservation, community character, and economic development. Like I mentioned, some elements have been updated more recently. So housing was updated in 2023, safety at the same time, and then the mobility element was also recently updated in 2019. But we'll be doing focused updates just to make sure that we've complied with recent legislation and that all of these elements are internally consistent, because that's a really important part of the update. Next slide. So as we look at updating the general plan, it's important to understand why this effort is needed now. Since Napa County last updated its plan, the state has adopted a significant number of new requirements affecting nearly every element of the plan. And the pace of state legislation has also accelerated dramatically. So since 2008, more than 250 new planning and land use related laws have been enacted. I'm not going to list all of them. I've listed a few here that are we think, important to this update effort. Many of them directly affect how counties must address things like climate change, housing, mobility, environmental justice, natural resources, public safety. So this timeline at the bottom just shows a few of those legislations. I'll just highlight a couple. So SB 1000 requires the addition of an environmental justice element where disadvantaged communities exist. SB 1425 adds new requirements for conservation and open space planning, including equitable park access. AB 1889 requires counties to identify and protect wildlife connectivity and habitat linkages and ensure that the general plan includes policies that maintain, restore, or enhance corridors, wildlife corridors essential for biodiversity and climate resilience. So I would say 1425, 1889 are especially important to Napa County for just due to your rich, biodiversity here. And then AB 98, which just passed in 2024, requires new planning around truck routes and goods movements. SB 932 requires jurisdictions to adopt safe systems policies. So that looks at providing safer streets, reducing injuries, improving walking and biking conditions, particularly in high-risk areas. So these are just a handful of the shifts that make the 2008 general plan out of alignment with current state policy. And then finally, Napa County's own economic, social, environmental, and climate conditions have changed significantly since 2008. As you know, the region has experienced major wildfire events, changes in the wine industry, as we heard today, evolving tourism patterns, growing issues related to equity and workforce housing, things like that. So updating the general plan now ensures that Napa County remains compliant with state law, but more importantly, that the plan reflects the realities, priorities, and opportunities facing the county today. All right, next slide. All right, so before we walk through the process and timeline, we just want to ground the board and the overall approach we're bringing to this general plan update. So first and foremost, to protect the unique environment and economy of Napa County. Every part of the plan, whether about land use, water, mobility, climate, or community health, will be evaluated through the lens of protecting these defining assets. Second, ensuring compliance with state laws and regulations, as I've mentioned. We would just want to make sure Napa County remains fully compliant with state law while retaining local control in how these requirements are implemented. Third, build on the technical analysis from the baseline data report. So we have been working this past year on updating the baseline data report, or BDR. I'll provide an update in more detail in a minute, but basically this report provides a comprehensive data-driven foundation to inform the development of policy in the general plan. Fourth, this will be one of the most community-driven planning efforts the county undertakes because it just covers so many topics. And we'll walk through our approach for engagement in detail shortly, but in short, engagement with the community and stakeholders is a central pillar that will punctuate every phase of the update and directly inform all components of this plan. Lastly, the goal is to really create a general plan that articulates a strong vision for Napa County's future, but also gives the county clear, actionable steps to implement that vision. So this means prioritizing actions, defining responsibilities, and creating a structure for monitoring progress over time. Next slide. Okay, so now we've talked about the purpose of the general plan. I'd like to just walk you through the major steps in the general plan update process. And I'll go into each step in more detail on the following slides, but this just gives you a snapshot of like the roadmap of how the project will unfold through 2028. So the first step is existing conditions, which sets the foundation for the general plan update, which we're undertaking now. We'll then kick off in the summer of next year with a robust visioning process with the community, which basically sets your North Star or destination where you're headed. We'll then explore different ways of achieving that vision through the alternatives. These are alternative land use scenarios, alternative policy solutions to how you achieve that vision. And then we work with the community, the board, the planning commission, stakeholders to select a preferred alternative. That's a preferred land use plan. That's sort of a preferred policy direction. And then we'll pull together all of these components, the vision, the preferred plan, the goals, policies and actions into the draft general plan. So that's all of these elements will contain the goals, policies, each contain goals, policies, and actions. And then at the same time, we'll prepare an environmental impact report, which evaluates potential environmental effects and will identify mitigation measures that can be also, some of them reintegrated as policy into the general plan or used for future projects. And then finally, the community, the planning commission, the board will have structured opportunities throughout to review, refine, and ultimately adopt the new general plan and certify the environmental impact report. And you'll see at the green bar at the bottom just shows that we'll include community engagement at every step. And next we'll just walk through each of these components in a little bit more detail. Next slide. Okay, so let's just dive into these steps briefly. The first step is understanding where we are today. So the baseline data report, or BDR, is the foundation for the entire general plan update. It provides an objective, scientific assessment of Napa County's environmental, social, economic, and regulatory conditions. It compiles the best available science, the latest data sets, and community input to form a comprehensive picture of current conditions countywide. And its purpose is really to ensure that future policies in the general plan are grounded in accurate data and analysis. The BDR also serves as the baseline or setting sections for the environmental impact report, because having a strong, up-to-date baseline reduces risk and helps streamline environmental review later in the process. So for Napa County, the BDR is organized into 4 themes that correspond closely to the future general plan. These are community and public health. So this covers, cultural and historic resources, economic development, population housing, things of that nature. Environmental resources, this includes air quality, biological resources, geological resources, water, mineral resources, things like that. Infrastructure and mobility, this covers public facilities, utilities, transportation infrastructure, and then land use and agriculture cover these two topics. And this structure just allows the county and community to understand the interrelationships with all of these topics. For example, how water resources affect agriculture, or how, wildfire intersects with mobility and safety and aesthetics, and how population shifts impact land use and the economy, etc. Okay, next slide. So here's an update on what we've completed so far in the BDR process. So what is in progress and what comes next. So we kicked off in February of this year and started off with a robust data collection process and analysis. We introduced the project to the community in July in our first round of workshops to go over the process and learn about what community members care about and what their concerns are. We then completed all the technical research and data collection across the 4 themes and produced the administrative draft document in October. And it includes 23 chapters within those 4 themes, so it's a very big document. We then met with the community in round 2 of engagement, and also met with internal and external subject matter experts to present our preliminary findings and receive feedback. And this really helped us, ground truth the data, identify what we missed, learn about issues learn about the issues that the community really cares about. And now we are in the process of synthesizing this feedback and preparing the public review draft, which will be shared with the broader community in March. And then we'll go back out for our 3rd and final round of community engagement. And we'll take all of that feedback and we'll produce the final baseline data report in the spring of next year. And then we'll come forward to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in June. All right, next slide. So that's the baseline report. The next step, which is kind of where we'll kick off the general plan, is the visioning. So this is where we define the shared direction for Napa County's future. Visioning is about, bringing the community together to articulate what matters most, what are your core values, where you want to be in 20 years. This includes what you want to preserve and also what you want to improve or change as Napa County evolves. So this step is really essential because it sets your direction for everything that follows. So the land use choices, the goals, the alternatives, the policies, all of these kind of come from your vision because we really want to implement and achieve that vision. So once drafted, the vision and guiding principles are refined collaboratively with staff, with Planning Commission, with the board, and ultimately you'll confirm them, and that will set the guiding direction for the general plan update. All right, next slide. So once we establish the vision, the next step is exploring the different pathways for achieving it. So here we translate the community's vision into multiple land use and policy alternatives or scenarios, each representing a different approach to meeting Napa County's long-term goals. So these alternatives allow us to evaluate different ways of addressing key topics that the community and county have identified as priorities, such as, vineyard and winery growth trends, agriculture and natural resource protection, climate resilience and hazard mitigation, mobility and infrastructure improvements. And each alternative is evaluated using quantitative data-driven metrics, such as vehicle miles traveled or greenhouse gas emission reductions, land cover change, and other environmental infrastructure indicators that all allow us to, the community and staff, to understand what are the trade-offs. We want to kind of compare outcomes and choose the path that best supports Napa County's long-term resilience and prosperity. Ultimately, this work leads to the identification of a preferred plan, so a community-supported land use and policy direction that aligns with the county's vision and provides a clear roadmap for the future. Next slide. All right, so at this stage, we shift from exploring ideas to selecting the preferred plan and then now actually building the updated general plan. So this is where all of the analysis, the engagement, the alternative comes together in a full set of draft goals, policies, and actions. The actual organization and naming of the general plan elements will be determined with county staff. This slide just shows a proposed organization that covers all the required elements in addition to the optional elements. You can see we've combined land use with community character, mobility with infrastructure, safety, and public health together. Open space and conservation are covered in natural resources conservation. So this just kind of shows a proposed framework, but again, it can be refined later. For each element, we'll translate the vision, guiding principles, and preferred land use direction into clear goals, policies, and implementation actions. And then the drafting of policies is also highly coordinated across elements because each element needs to be consistent with the other elements and even mutually reinforcing. So for example, land use policies integrate with agricultural preservation, mobility, and natural resource policies. Safety policies integrate with public health, with housing, with mobility, even community character. Environmental justice policies are embedded throughout the plan because you want to make sure that decisions are implemented equitably. And these policies are also consolidated into a standalone EJ element so that you can clearly, meet the requirements of SB 1000 and know where to prioritize your investments. And then once the preferred land use plan is in place, so once we complete the alternatives, once we complete the alternatives and we have a preferred plan, we'll begin the environmental impact report. As I mentioned, this, establishes the mitigation measures to prevent or lessen impacts. So the draft general plan and EIR are really prepared together, which is beneficial because it allows us to consider mitigation as potential policy so that the general plan becomes a self-mitigating document. So we really work closely with the environmental team in this process. And then the draft general plan and EIR are reviewed by staff, advisory groups, decision makers before they become the public review draft. And then after revision, the full public review draft and general plan are released for community input. We produce the final, and then we come to before the Planning Commission and the board for the public hearings. And I'm now going to turn the time over to Matt Ramey, who's going to walk us through in detail our engagement approach for this effort.
Thank you, Shannon. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Matt Ramey. It's nice to meet you all. It's nice to be here, and thanks to Brian and team for inviting us here today. I'm going to spend a couple of minutes and talk about community engagement, and I want to start with sort of a comment on the previous item, which was really impressive engagement and really a good example of how engagement should be done. Listening, responding, and coming up with something that really balances the various interests. And it really sets the stage for what we're going to be doing during the entire general plan update. So I want to start big picture with what is the objective of community engagement from our perspective. So first, I just want to say broadly that our team, which is ESA, Ramey & Associates, my firm, Bay Area Economics, and Matt Coda, I believe, is on the phone, and then Ferrum Peers for transportation and mobility, that our team really believes that we're here to help facilitate the conversation and facilitate detailed information and provide analysis. Ultimately, it's the county's plan, it's your plan, it's the community's plan, it's the stakeholders' plan. And so we're really here to make sure that we can help facilitate and translate those ideas into the plan itself so that you're getting this sort of agglomeration of what you hear from the community. Throughout the process, there's a lot of objectives that we have for why and how we do engagement. The first is we want to make sure we're engaging a large number of residents and stakeholders in the process. It's really important to get that very diverse perspective. The second is we want to make sure that we have transparency in the process, so that all of the work that we're doing is to make sure that you all and everyone in the community know what it is we're doing, why we're doing it, and how decisions are made. The third is to make sure that we provide a number of ways for people to engage in the process. Some people want to really dive deep into details, and some people want to really stay high level and just engage perhaps in the visioning phase. So we need to make sure that our engagement activities are designed to meet all of these needs. And then finally, we want to build local capacity. The truth about a general plan is that the general plan, once you finish it, it's not the end, it's actually the beginning. And so it's really important that we build the knowledge base, the capacity of the community, because it's the community who's ultimately going to implement the general plan. As we know, Board of Supervisors members are elected and come in and out over a 20-year period. And it's really the community that needs to have this institutional knowledge, and it's the engagement process that makes that happen. So with that in mind, we have a proposed engagement approach that includes a number of activities, as you can see here. We're going to start with an engagement plan to make sure that we're listening and identifying all of the steps, identifying roles and responsibilities. We're going to have an interactive project website, which is going to be based on using Social Pinpoint, which is a service that the county is just getting. And that website will be updated throughout the project, and it will really be designed for two-way communication, for us to hand out information about the process and to receive information from the community. There will be 4 rounds of community workshops, and each round is going to have both in-person and virtual workshops. As we've been working on the BDR, we've learned lessons about the best ways to do that. And of course, we shift the process as we go throughout. We're continually learning on the best ways to do things. There are going to be 2 separate advisory groups that we're proposing. One is called the Thematic Advisory Group, and that's going to be on 5 specific topics, 6 meetings each. So there's a lot of meetings with that. I'll explain that in a second. And then a technical working group where we'll have 4 meetings, and that's more agency staff. I think going along with the dog theme this morning, we call them tags and wags. So I think it sort of makes sense with that theme. Throughout the process, we're going to have 3 online surveys or questionnaires for broad public feedback. And then we're going to have multiple opportunities for the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission to weigh in on the process at key junctures. Let me take a minute and talk about next about the thematic advisory groups, because this is a little bit of a different approach than maybe you all have seen in the past. Typically for a general plan process, you'll have a general plan advisory committee, or GPAC, and I believe that's what you had for the last update. And what you end up with that is 20 people or so who are guiding at the high level the direction of the plan. What we're proposing here is this idea of thematic advisory groups. One thing we learned from the BDR process, as well as even just listening to the previous item, is that you have a lot of individuals who really want to dive deep into details. And in my experience, the high-level general plan advisory committee does not actually allow that to happen. So what we're proposing is this thematic advisory groups. There'll be 5 groups organized by these themes: agricultural preservation and land use, resource management, mobility and infrastructure, public health hazards and safety, and then environmental justice and equity. Each of those advisory groups is going to have a membership of about 8 to 15 people. And we'll have to decide on what that number is, but we want it to be a manageable number. The members will be selected by staff and comprised of residents, advocates, and professionals representing these different interest groups. And the role of these groups is really to dive deep, to bridge the sort of technical content and community values of the major general plan topics, to review and provide feedback on goals, policies, and alternatives, and really make sure that the goals, policies, and actions in the plan are right-sized for the community. So there will be these 5 groups, and each one is going to meet 6 times throughout the process. So there's really going to be a total of 30 of these meetings to allow us to dive deep into the topics. And those meetings will be held during the introduction phase, the vision phase, alternatives, the preferred plan, and then the draft general plan phase. So again, we're meeting at key points during the process. The other group is the technical working group, and the technical working group is really focused on county departments and agencies. This is what you kind of classically think of as a technical working group, where those who are sort of responsible from the county side are going to help us weigh in and make sure that the decisions are accurate for the county. This group is going to review major deliverables, identify cross-departmental issues early and throughout the process, and then make sure that there's consistency and alignment throughout the general plan. We're going to have virtual meetings with this group at key milestones: initiation, vision, alternatives, the preferred plan, and the draft. As needed, we'll have one-on-one meetings with these departments and partner agencies throughout the process, as well as having them all meet as a group. And as I mentioned before, we also are going to have community workshops and surveys. And these community workshops and surveys are really going to be the opportunity for the broad community to participate in the process. So the workshops will be, again, in person and virtual. People will be able to come and join and share their ideas. They'll be interactive. And then the surveys will mostly be online through the Social Pinpoint website, but also really allow people who only want to participate from home and at a very high level to share their ideas. So the engagement activities throughout the process, Shannon showed you sort of the 6 phases of the process. So I'm going to not focus on the BDR, but this slide focuses on the visioning, alternatives, policy development, draft general plan, and EIR, and public review and adoption. And as you can see here, what we've identified is the engagement activities that are going to be happening in each phase. The TAG meetings are happening throughout the process, more focused early in the process, whereas the technical working group is focused more later in the process once we're getting into the policies, because we've already been working with technical experts on the BDR. Community workshops are going to happen throughout the process, as well as surveys and online comment forms that will be happening at these key phases. The bottom boxes that you see at the bottom are when the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors is going to provide input. Again, this is important, I think, for this group to understand, is that we want to make sure that at each major phase of work, we're getting input and direction from you all before we go on to that next phase. And so we'll meet with the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors during project initiation and visioning, so you can set us on the right path. Then we'll come back with the vision statement and the vision and sort of direction of the plan, preliminarily, the high-level direction. When we're doing alternatives and policy development, before we start writing the plan, we're going to get confirmation from the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, and then we'll have study sessions on the draft general plan and EIR, and then, of course, adoption hearings. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Shannon to talk about the general plan update timeline and close us out for the presentation.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, so this slide shows the timeline for completing each phase in the general plan update process. You'll see the light-colored document icons are draft documents. The dark blue ones are final. So you'll see we have sometimes several drafts before we have a final, at least an administrative draft, public review draft, and then a final document. All the other icons represent the various activities. So you can see, we'll be quite busy with engagement at every step. So existing conditions will be completed in June of next year. Right after, we'll be meeting with the technical advisory group and the board just to discuss, how these issues and opportunities, what they mean for the general plan. We'll then begin with the visioning process. So that'll go through the end of 2026. As you can see, it includes a number of check-in points with the community and the board as well. The triangle represents kind of where we come back to the board and the Planning Commission as a study session, and then at the end as public hearings. Once we have a solid draft of the vision at the end of 2026, we can begin the alternatives process. So that will go through June of 2027. You can see a dark blue square icon, which is the final set of alternatives in June of 2027. And then we begin the preferred plan. So developing and then refining the preferred plan, which will be completed by December of 2027. At the same time that we're finalizing the preferred plan, we're starting to work on the policy development. So policies and the preferred plan will be completed at the same time by the end of 2027. And then by spring of 2028, we'll have a draft general plan and then a public draft of the general plan and EIR by the summer of 2028. And then we'll go before the Planning Commission and the Board of Hearings at the end of 2028. So this is sort of a high level. We'll obviously get into the details of this later. This just gives you kind of an overview of how all of these steps go and how they overlap. All right. So just kind of some next steps for both the baseline data report and the general plan. We're coming up on January, where we'll complete the public review draft and go through contracting of the general plan. We'll then release the draft to the public in March and hold a final round of community engagement. We'll then address comments and finalize the BDR in the spring, attend hearings with the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in June, and then we'll be ready to kick off the general plan immediately after. So that'll take place in the summer of 2026. So that concludes our presentation. We're really excited and happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it back over to Brian.
Thank you. Great presentation. So at this time, we'd like to entertain any discussion, feedback, direction, both on the part of the board and any members of the public. Then following that, I can wrap it up with, I guess, the next steps.
Terrific. Thank you. And thanks to the team for the presentation. That's really helpful. I'm going to open it up for public comment at this point. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make public comment on this item? Good morning, Ms. Benvenuto again.
Good morning. I'm glad it is still morning. Michelle Benvenuto, Wine Growers of Napa County. Wine Growers values the productive relationship between the county and our wine growing community. A partnership grounded in facts, transparency, and a mutual respect for agriculture as the highest and best use of our land, while supporting a strong local economy and environment. Understanding that the BDR will inform land use and resource decisions for the next generation, Wine Growers has been very engaged in the BDR process and urged that the plan must accurately quantify agricultural's economic contributions, use precise local data on water use and groundwater conditions, fairly reflect documented water quality improvements, including the nutrient delisting of the non-tidal Napa River, and progress from more than 1,100 vineyard sites enrolled in water quality programs. Clearly distinguish agricultural uses from urban and residential uses, incorporate on-the-ground operational realities, and acknowledge the voter-approved protections of measures J&P, which I know you guys are all very aware of, but that it prohibits rezoning ag land, even by this board, without a public vote. We also support the county's proposed model of convening topic-based focus groups, or as I just saw today, thematic advisory groups, or TAG, but we already have a TAG, so maybe we want to come up with a new acronym. This allows experts and stakeholders to provide insight on specific issues. This approach creates a foundation for informed, practical solutions that will benefit Napa's ag landscape and our entire community. One question we did have is, when does the EIR process start, and when is it determined what should be in that EIR? Aside of that, we remain committed to collaboration and providing local data and practical experience, and thank all of you supervisors as well as staff and the consultants' outreach and collaboration. And we look forward to a rigorous, transparent BDR, general plan, and EIR that keeps ag the center of our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benvenuto. Anyone else in the room or on the phones? Okay. Thank you. Then I will go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I have a quick question, and then I have some comments. Can you tell me a little bit about your outreach and engagement plan in regard to language access and what that looks like?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. We're still working out exactly what that is, but we will likely have meetings, all of the public meetings in English and Spanish, and I think there's an opportunity for other languages as well. I think it's something that we would like direction on. We're working with the communications staff here, and we did on the BDR, so we'll continue to do that. But again, if you have direction on ideas about what we should do, we can take that now.
Yeah, I think that if you need to use any kind of technology, please do. It's really, really important to us to hear from everyone in our community as much as possible, so please make that a priority. A couple of things. I noticed you have the word community character within the land use element, correct? It says something about community character. Just want to reiterate, I've said this before, let's remember not to let that be code for single-family housing at the expense of multifamily housing. And also, I want to see preservation of historic resources be highlighted somewhere, especially naturally occurring affordable housing. I know that that's, I think, in our housing element, but there's probably another place to be calling out preservation of historic resources. I'm in support of the process as it is outlined. Sorry, my thing is like telling me now that I don't have internet. Okay, going back to my notes. I like the thematic advisory groups. I'd like to see some flexibility in the number of meetings. I think you have 6. Let's be sure we look at the needs of the advisory group as those come up and make sure we are having enough meetings for them to get the education that they need, in addition to discussion. In terms of people applying for the advisory groups, I would just ask that we make sure people have expertise while also being able to take a 30,000-foot view, and that they have a way of showing they're a proven collaborator. And I do think that we should make these groups a more a manageable size, so more toward the suggestion of 8 rather than 15, finding a sweet spot in between. And also that we look at having professional facilitators, so that those meetings are very, very well facilitated and that everyone is participating equally. And if my colleagues will bear with me, I do have some comments on the overall framework. I wanted to take a moment to talk about the approach of using a health in all policies framework, along with the public health element and or the EJ element to strengthen the plan and make it more effective for Napa County. So when we say health in all policies, we're not talking about turning the general plan into a public health document. We're really acknowledging that many of the decisions we already make through land use, housing, transportation, climate, and safety are also health decisions, whether we name them that way or not. When we talk about housing availability and affordability, that's not just a housing issue. It affects overcrowding, displacement, commute time, stress, and family stability. Long commutes from outside the county impact both quality of life and traffic safety. A health in all policies lens helps us recognize the connections early and plan intentionally. I really did write these notes out, just didn't speak them out loud yet. When we plan for transportation and circulation, we're making decisions about safety and access, whether people can safely walk or bike in town or around the county, whether farm workers and service workers can reliably get to work, and whether seniors can access services without driving long distances. All of these have direct health and equity implications. Climate impacts are another clear example for Napa County. Heat, wildfire smoke, and emergency preparedness already affect our most vulnerable residents: seniors, outdoor workers, and people without reliable housing or air conditioning. When the general plan addresses land use patterns, tree canopy, evacuation routes, and resilient infrastructure, those actions function as public health protections just as much as climate strategies. Access to parks, open space, and community facilities also matter. Walkable neighborhoods, shade, and safe outdoor spaces contribute to physical and mental health, and those benefits are not evenly distributed across the county. A health in all policies approach gives us a shared framework to consider these impacts deliberately rather than treating them as secondary effects. So the public health element, which now is called the public health safety and hazards element and is not actually slated for updating, actually strengthens the work by connecting the dots. So we can take a look at that element, even though we're not slated to, and make some changes, or I believe we could probably use the EJ and equity element to achieve these goals. So that's something we can decide. So this provides a place to describe local health conditions, identify disparities, and show how the social determinants of health are already addressed throughout the general plan. Housing stability is reflected in the housing and land use elements. Transportation, safety, and access are addressed in circulation. Air quality, heat, and wildfire risk appear in possibly the EJ and or natural resources elements. access to food, parks, and services can show up in the environmental justice and equity and other elements. The public health element, or EJ and equity element, does not duplicate the efforts. It organizes and aligns them. This approach also improves how we work internally. It supports coordination across departments and strengthens the general plan's clarity, consistency, and defensibility. Ultimately, this is not about adding complexity. It is about ensuring our general plan reflects the real lived experience of people in Napa County and helps us plan not just for growth, but for healthy, resilient, and thriving communities. So I just wanted to make sure that we take a look at framing it in this way. So thank you for all the work you've done. You've done amazing work with the BDR. I know that we have a lot of data. We have a lot of data that's come from public health and HHSA. And so I look forward to seeing how we incorporate all of that into the final BDR and our general plan update. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Manfree.
Wow. I'm just going to say yes and. Yes and. I really am hoping to see context provided here and incorporated here. Context is everything when you're talking about a plan like this, and I think Supervisor Gallagher's comments certainly relate to that very closely. Climate projections are huge, and as these committees and technical advisory groups are considering each of their individual task assignments, I think that realistic projections about climate just variability and what we're expecting to happen over the course of this plan, and then also in the decades following, are very relevant. We have to plan for the world we know we're likely to be living in, and I want to keep that in the forefront. At the same time, there's a real opportunity here to dovetail this with other regional plans and our own big picture plans. We're part of the regional shoreline adaptation planning process, which is just now launching. We have our own climate action and adaptation plan. Am I saying that right? If that's correct. Yeah, and our own groundwater sustainability plan rolling out right now. We also have adjacent habitat conservation plans in Yolo County and Sonoma County that we could dovetail into this with our own conservation planning. And I also really want to see us focus on water security and water portfolio management, especially considering the pressures of climate change and all of the work we're doing on groundwater planning right now. And considering that the groundwater planning effort focuses primarily on the valley floor where the groundwater basin is delineated and not outside of it, which really is most of the county. So we're not really planning as thoughtfully for our water resources outside the basin as we are inside it right now, because there's no formal process for that. So I just want to make sure that we take the opportunity here to do that coherent planning across the entire landscape. And this might be a better vessel for it. I guess I want to give the feedback too that I was fortunate to be able to attend. I think I made it to 5 of the community events that were part of this. I made an effort to get to as many as I possibly could. And I have deep concerns about the level of outreach that was done. I mean, just based on the participation I saw at some of these, there were some lost opportunities, I feel. And I guess the way to frame it positively is that these meetings should be very engaging. And when the structure of the meeting is determined, I think the first question is, what would be the most helpful feedback to get from the people who were there and spending their time with us? And it's not necessarily explaining the plan in great detail. It's not necessarily, at the meetings I did attend, there was a really lengthy introduction to the process at the beginning. And I think for the people who were there, by the time it was their turn to talk, there wasn't a lot of time left. And it also didn't necessarily, the way things were presented didn't necessarily set up a really productive discussion. And I think this really goes to Supervisor Gallagher's point that we should have highly qualified facilitators who are very clear on their mission in the meeting. And I think this also goes to before the meeting too, is to make sure that we're engaging our community in a representative way that's going to work for them, and that includes language access. I would suggest that it includes connecting with our Indigenous community so that we're not just paying them lip service in the language of the text, but that we're actually talking to them. They're still among us, and I think they have a lot to say that's really helpful to our planning process. And I also, in my experience, find that their perspectives are likely very aligned on our strategic plan, on our fire risk management, on climate resilience, on water, and on conservation. There's just a lot they have to offer to this conversation. And, you know, anything we can do to include them will help. I think disadvantaged community members really struggle to make it to these kinds of meetings. And so that's something where I think we can look at other communities that have made a real effort about ensuring participation and representation. And one way to do that is by paying people to participate and possibly structuring it so that people who have the means can opt out, or the people who don't have the means can opt in. But it's one way to make it so that someone who needs childcare, who can't afford to go out for a meal when their time is limited at the end of a workday, has the money to, you know, get the gas, whatever, you know, the need is that they're having a hard time covering and they can't quite make this fit in to their lifestyle, to just help them afford it and make it work, because their comments are going to be among some of the most helpful in making progress for the underserved components of our community, which is really, you know, our goal to try to address those concerns. So I hope that can be taken into consideration. And also I'm echoing Supervisor Gallagher's comments on how to structure this around, and that was really kind of a healthcare approach. It's the Safe Systems Pyramid is like a kind of buzzword term for that, but the Safe Systems Pyramid, which is where you're looking at, in order to generate the best health outcomes, how do you approach problem solving and communication? And the very last thing you do is education. The first thing you do is look at underlying socioeconomic factors and make sure that everybody has their basic needs met. You move on to the built environment and making sure that that built environment moves the community towards safety. And then from there, it's secondary safety measures that the person does themselves. So you're trying to structure it so that you're just kind of funneling people towards safety, if you will, by the way everything around them is structured, and to good outcomes as well. And the last thing that you do in that pyramid is education, interestingly, because education is the least likely to change behavior. The things that are most likely to change behavior are access to resources and the built environment. So yeah, so just putting that out there for this. I think I didn't say yet, I'm also very interested in forefronting water security throughout the landscape. I guess that's another way of saying about planning for areas outside the groundwater basin. Let's make sure that we're keeping that in mind. And I think those are my comments for right now, but I really appreciate that this is a lengthy and ongoing process, and I'm looking forward to all of the steps we have ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfrey. Supervisor Alessio, and then Supervisor Ramos.
I'm glad I'm third because my colleagues have said so much so well, and health and all policies was on my list too. The city of Napa, during the general plan update, which I was on city council and was able to participate in that way, we adopted health and all policies. It was, and this is one of the requests I had in terms of the elements. Let me go back to my notes because I was taking great notes from my colleagues who are talking here. Let me go back to the top. First of all, thank you for this great start. As you've probably seen through the BDR, and you'll see even more through the general plan updating, and we certainly saw it in the city of Napa, is that there's a lot of public engagement. Folks want to be involved, and a good point was also made by Supervisor Manfrey. Not everybody has access or can be involved. Their life just does not allow for that. So I don't know. I mean, I think it is important that we have those key informant groups that we're reaching out, whether we go to and have incentives, provide babysitting, provide pizza. I don't know what the legalities around that for folks in areas that don't have access. It could be folks in the older communities that live in trailer parks. It could be folks that have language access issues. But so I think that's really important also that we focus those focus groups to folks that don't generally are able to participate. And incentivize them to participate in explaining why it's so valuable to them, because it's I'm sure they have a lot already going on in their lives, so it'll be a tough one. But I'd love to see us work towards that. In terms of the elements, one was already mentioned is the public health and equity element. That's what it says, and that's what we added in the City of Napa General Plan, and it includes health and all policies. It reflects the community, the CHA, the community health assessment, the community health improvement plan, and link living healthy Napa County. That's within the city sphere, and I thought that was really glad that council and staff and community embrace that for all the reasons Supervisor Gallagher very well described. I think it's already also mentioned that we have a climate change and sustainability element, in that we've got the Regional Climate Action Plan that will be presented this spring. So it's another one of those plans that it's already in process and will be done this spring that we can incorporate. And then also already mentioned is the historic and cultural resources element. I think that's critically important, both in terms of the character of the community, but also there's an economic benefit to that, especially when we talk about visitors coming to this region. I think that's, both very important. Let's see here, what else do I have? There's a place where it says, and these are notes I wrote previously, so I'm trying to tie it, but I'm just going to throw it out there, and hopefully you can tie it where I was reading this at. Something regarding the alternatives and policy development, and translates the community vision into multiple land use and policy alternatives. And it says evaluating ways to address key topics, and one of them is vineyard and winery growth. And please add and emerging challenges. It was actually stated here in the presentation. I think, Shannon, you might have mentioned emerging challenges, or maybe it was a public comment, but I think it's important that we look at both. In terms of the agricultural and natural resource protection, I want to add an education. I hear what my colleague said, that's after, but I think that the protection and education needs to go hand in hand. Already mentioned the climate resilience and hazard mitigation. Let me move down here. I think I appreciate already the approach that it's been a robust engagement and collaboration with residents and the business community. Both are very important. And do I have anything else? And I'm glad you mentioned that you addressed the GPAC. I would say that the General Plan Advisory Committee that the city used that approach, and they did have about 20 people. The city of Napa, it was very comprehensive. And I will say, and I do credit the folks on the city's GPAC, is that they kept the consultants kind of toe to the fire on this. They didn't, in the city's approach, and the consultant, which wasn't you didn't do the city's general plan update. There was a feeling and a perception, both by the members of the GPAC and public and even some council members, that the consultants were driving this so fast and so hard. They were checking boxes and not really engaging in that real collaboration, in the real listening, the transparency, that frankly is part of the value system and of this community. So there was a little bit of a pushback, It did take the general plan longer. It did cost them more money. And I know money is a factor here. And so we want to be as efficient and proficient as possible. And, you know, and I don't know what we can do about the financial aspect. This is really important. This is 20 years, correct? So this will be a 2050. But I just want to share that experience and what happened with the city of Napa. And it's kind of, you know, a heads up, if you will, that our community will definitely make sure that we are driving it and not the consultants. So there's a very important balance there because we can't let it drag out forever. Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh, a couple questions. So we talked about the quantitative data, and data is important, but there's good data and bad data. And data can kind of be twisted, right? And I think that's where it comes into the context of the data. So quality data, and wanting to ask, there's going to be opportunities for qualitative data too, based of lived experience. Is that going to be allowed and part of the different? Okay, I'm saying nodding yes. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I'll just respond. Yeah, it will be. That's a lot of what the engagement is the
Perfect.
qualitative data.
Okay, excellent. And then I see you'll have key informants, and these are leaders and people that have their specific, I guess that'll happen during the process. We'll have key informants that will be interviewed, if you will, or have a specific area of being involved in this. I think that's a very important factor. And the other thing that I thought the city did really well is that they connected the guiding principles, which is part of the vision and guiding principles. They connected the guiding principles with the general plan elements. And they looked to see and they gauged what was most closely related and what was related in terms of the core values. And that's so if we could take a kind of a glance, if you haven't already looked at the city's general plan, it's page 1-5, there's a graph there. And I thought that really tied in and created a visual connection to make sure that, you know, we're on the mark there. You mentioned a large number of stakeholders. What does that mean in terms of, what does that quantify to you? How many individuals? What's a large number? What are we hoping to? Do you have a number in mind for our size community?
No, I mean, the number really is dependent on how the engagement goes and how many people are engaged. So we don't typically have a number.
Okay. Back to what Supervisor Mandry said. Sometimes you can you know, be out there, do all the outreach, and you're not getting response. You're not getting people to show up. And then I think it's on us to figure out, okay, that's not working. What will work? How can we reach people? So I think the effort is really important, but I think the outcome of the number of people that we actually contact is more important. Okay, on that in terms of the large number of stakeholders involved. And the last thing I want to say too is that this is an opportunity for us to align our general plan with the city of Napa's general plan. There's almost 80,000 people in the city of Napa, which is the large portion of the county of 132,000+. And we have seen incredible success with addressing affordable housing, homelessness, when we are aligned with the city and we're working in a collaborative fashion and we're working together. So where there's common areas, whether it be principles, values, the elements, I would love to see us look at tying the city's general plan to ours, where those common areas at, because that will support the future collaboration. You know, we have, and I say this with all due respect, there's an old approach to governance that as a default, there's strong silos. There are institutional silos. And really it's to the best interest of the greater good and the communities in our environment, both health and safety, that we break down those silos. And that's really done in the structure. That's also kind of mentioned, but the structure in our general plan that works with the cities, that ties in, I think that can really help the future for our community And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I think that it's not. Thank you. I really appreciate this kind of check-in. I guess that's what we're categorizing this as. And I just wanted to share a couple of things. And I imagine that part of this check-in is that staff is wanting us to give some guidance and to streamline what it is we want to see so that you can start formulating that. I heard a couple of things from my colleagues that really, I think, serve to kind of expand the community element that was incorporated in our 2008 plan. And so I think it would be good for us to kind of tell staff like which elements. I don't necessarily agree that education should be its own element because it is part of the community element. Health is part of the community element as well. But I think what would be helpful for me to understand is what elements there are the statutory required elements, and then there are others that we can opt into. Are we allowed to combine, rename, and call it whatever we want on the others?
Yeah, yes, you are. Shannon, I'll answer this quickly since I'm here. Yeah, you're allowed to create as many elements as you want, whatever topics as you want, so long as you are meeting all of the state requirements and as long as the document is both vertically and horizontally consistent. So you have to make sure that it's consistent across the elements.
Okay, great. So to me, I when I look at the 2008 element of we've got agricultural preserve, land use, and then we separately have recreation and open space. I guess I would love some direction, some dialogue with staff in terms of those separate categorizations, because one of our land use designations is ag watershed open space. And so you've got land use and ag preserve over on one side, and then you've got open space on another element. And so I'm wondering, are we better served by having a greater land management, land use and land management element, as opposed to separating these two out, since they are interconnected?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that I had anticipated discussing later on in the process.
Well, here we are, Mr. Cardona.
And the reason I say that is because once the BDR is closer or completed, and when we come back to you for a discussion about visioning and development of guiding principles, at that time we will also be in a more informed position to make recommendations to the board as to the title of the topics and how many elements the board may want and all those types of things. From my perspective, we have mandates to include various goals and policies on a handful of subjects. Where those policies and those goals and those related action items live in terms of the name of an element or a chapter is up for discussion, of course. If we feel that public health is something that this community and this board values, we could establish an element solely based on that. Or as Supervisor Gallagher, I think, had alluded to, weaving that topic all throughout the fabric of the general plan. Both would accomplish the very same thing. The difference would be assigning its own chapter to it to bring some level of prominence to it. So I don't feel I'm in a position at this moment in time to make recommendations on elements beyond the ones that we've identified, but we certainly will as part of an upcoming meeting that we'll have with the board when we have discussions about identifying our North Star among a whole host of other things.
Okay, I will say I think we have a great opportunity here to be forward-thinking in how we designate these elements. While I agree that public health needs to be a consideration, it is part of the environmental justice element, but it also is part of the community element, and it is also part of land use. You know, when I looked at, I remember I looked at this back in the day with the SIRE approvals. One of, for benefit of my colleagues, one of the great concerns from the community was air quality. And in fact, the environmental justice by the Attorney General's mapping, the environmental justice based on air quality communities are about 80% of District 5. And ladies and gentlemen, that's where all your employees drive through to get to work, up Valley and in other places. So it's not simply just a project as much as it is the circulation element, right? That is really creating that, I think, with the exception of one community, about, you know, a predominant amount of District 5 is in the 60 to 70th percentile. We have one downtown neighborhood that is in the 70 to 80th percentile, and then we have one a little bit northern, right by Trower, right, where we have congestion that is also in the 60 to 70th percentile. So very much the environmental justice element is very much tied to the public health element, which is very much tied to the circulation element. And so I think we need to look kind of how we are more encompassing in these chapters, if you will, to be holistic and not standalone. Because I think that that's one thing in looking at how the 2008 general plan was written. It's very much like, here we are in this one category, and we have an opportunity to be far more holistic. I wanted to comment a little bit on, you raised this thematic advisory groups, but I want to raise another issue. I already spoke to Director Bordona. I had the opportunity during CSAC to travel to the Google campus, and my life in terms of how I see online outreach and the integration of AI for the sense for group making is completely changed from this one visit at Google. And I want to share with my colleagues, Bowling Green in Kentucky, yeah. Oh, no.
Isn't it Kentucky?
Bowling Green. We're just going to call it Bowling Green for right now, because I'm like looking at where this is. What could Bowling Green be? Bowling Green used the Jigsaw platform to basically create their general plan. And they did something that I absolutely love. They never said the words general plan. I would love us to not say the words general plan, because it means something to those of us here in the room. You all know what it means. You care. But when you step outside this building, all we need to be talking about is, what is our potential? And that is exactly what Bowling Green did by using this Jigsaw platform. And what they did is in 33 days, they reached 7,890 residents in 33 days, because they had one place where everyone went, and utilizing AI based upon your interest, it would do different prompts, and it would start to help consultants and staff classify focus groups, which goes to that part of what Supervisor Alessia was saying, is how do we engage people who don't like to be engaged, right? Those are actually the people we need to talk to. The people who are actually showing up in the meetings have incredibly strong opinions that are narrow in scope and probably narrow in popularity as well. And so in order to go broader, I really want us to look at how we can utilize this type of a platform. I am thoroughly impressed. I'll make sure that the links go to my colleagues. I've read the final report. I saw the progress as they were doing it. And as if someone said, like, open space and parks are the most important thing to me, they could be placed into a virtual town hall that was a focus group and not a technical advisory group, because I think that those two things are very different. Technical advisory people have a skill set that none of us have, and that's why we need them, except for Amber. She has it, but she's going to be over here on this side of the dais. We're not going to have you on that side. But that's the technical advisory group. That is the technical stuff we need to include and that we need to comply with. But the aspirational part, that's what we've always been missing, in that sense of creating these groups and these town halls that don't have structure to them. And so as we go out and we give MSA grants, now I'm going to throw you into it, Jennifer. When we give an MSA grant in the next route, we can actually add to the contract, and you will help us with outreach on creating these focus groups to answer these questions about our potential and what we want to be. We have that ability to do that, to be expansive. It's going to require us to make investments in this type of technology to get there. But I'm thoroughly impressed with the results, because Bowling Green was facing a doubling of population projection in the next 20 years. And they were having a shortage of jobs, and they needed to see where do their priorities align. We are not different in that sense. Every single community has that challenge. And this is that great place where we could ask questions that maybe aren't necessarily general plan driven, but they certainly will help us understand the community, similar to how we utilized our strategic for our strategic initiatives. We had reached out to the community and had that. I'm saying go broader, and it was all on people's phones. It was an app, and you could log in and check progress. And when you get assigned to a focus group, if there's new questions that are prompted, you'll get a message and you can answer those additional questions. If you want to go into other focus groups, you had that option as well. So the website is whatcouldbegb.com, and I highly encourage everyone to check it out. And I just want to put that out there, that I really hope we make that kind of an investment to do things differently. I really, being at a middle school multi-purpose room with bottled water and trail mix at the back of the room just isn't going to cut it this go around.
Thank you so much. So I want to give a couple comments, and then I want to turn it over to Supervisor Manfree too for a couple of follow-ups. Thank you to my colleagues. I think a lot of good information came out. I think one of the things I appreciate, Supervisor Manfree, your focus on the word context, that we don't want to have this plan, either the development of it or where it lives afterward, just be in its own bubble, which can often happen with general plans. And Supervisor Alessio, you were making that point too. So I think making sure that it's placed in context is really important. And I think also this point that it's less important that residents have a specific roadmap of this process, and more important that to get their input and encourage our community to articulate what they love and what they hope for about the county. So those are a couple of overall things I'm hearing and I agree with from the dais. I think the other piece that I wanted to bring up was the Napa Valley Community Foundation had a forum and about what a general plan could look like. And one of the great ideas that came out of that was the importance of the visual as people think about what they want. And because so much of the general plan concepts are very abstract and future thinking. So I really hope that, I love some of the ideas we just heard from Supervisor Ramos about Bowling Green, but also when we're asking people to think about providing input, that we can look at, okay, so what you're saying is this, and this is what the landscape would look like with that, right? I mean, we know that our ag preserve and our agricultural landscapes are so key to people's understanding. So let's make sure that when someone's articulating something abstract, we say this is how the landscape would change or not change based on those ideas. So that's one piece, how we move from the abstract to the concrete when people are thinking about ideas. And a couple of specifics I want to make sure that we build in. We've talked about open space. I think outdoor recreation is something that it needs to be looped in. I think both of those are important complements to our agricultural landscape. So I want to make sure that we're having conversations about those, not if this, not that, but how we build a vision that has both of those. And also tourism. We need to talk about how we manage it, how we innovate for it, and what it looks like in the future. And I know the 2008 general plan had an economic development component, and I think that is another one that we want to make sure whatever bucket we're putting these topics in, that we're connecting them with other things, because Supervisor Manfrey, you mentioned the importance of the focus on climate change, and we want to make sure we're talking about climate change when we're talking about economic development and vice versa. Let's see. Also, so my understanding, and I think this is a question for our consultants, that you've got these 5 thematic advisory groups, and the label of each group is not dispositive of all the things that will be talked about in that group, right? So I think what might be helpful when the next time we see you, besides perhaps expanding some of those groups, is to also say including X, Y, or Z as well, and touching on things that maybe a couple of groups will be talking about. I like, Mr. Bordona, your point that we can approach things in a few ways. We could have a label on top, but we can also weave things through. And thank you, Supervisor Gallagher, for the making an important pitch about health in all. And I think there are a couple of different ways we could accomplish that, as well as, this focus on our ag heritage, and that's where we want to continue to go as a county. So I think those are a couple of themes rolling through. Resilience is another important topic, whether that stands on its own or gets lumped in with something else. We want to make sure we're talking in depth about that. Supervisor Ramos, I liked you were talking about things being holistic and not standalone. And I think that applies to these individual chapters, but to the general plan document itself, that it's not just out there as a shining thing we want to aim for, but it's really reflective of the landscape. And Supervisor Alesso, you mentioned making sure we're talking about the challenges too, and not just the goals that we have. So to the team, I think we've given you a lot of different sets of direction. I want to make sure, I'm going to reopen. Is there anyone else who wants to make public comment in the room or on the phone? Do we have anyone? And Supervisor Manfrey had a follow-up. Go ahead.
I do. Just a quick follow-up. And so many yes ands here. I hope this is a productive discussion for you. It's certainly very, very interesting to me, and I think there's a lot here to work with. I just wanted to offer that I personally, if it's appropriate, would be happy to roll outreach into town halls. And that might be another good way to get people engaged throughout the community. I have a lot of my district's rural. I did 4 town halls out there this year. Next year, I'm planning to go through and do more in the city part of the community. And so just tailoring presentations to neighborhood concerns might be a good way to just tease out what's going on with people and those exact things, which is what people are hoping for, what they observe that they like in the community now and want to expand upon. So.
Thank you. And I see we have 2 folks from our team to step up to the podium. Good afternoon, Director Yu. Woo.
Woohoo! Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Christine Wu, and I'm the Napa County Health Officer. I'm here to express my sincere gratitude to all of the comments I heard today, especially for the discussion about health and all policies, about getting to the communities that are not necessarily able to participate. Really appreciated the comments from Supervisor Manfrey as well. And then from Supervisor Ramos, I really appreciated all of the other aspects of not siloing, not thinking of things in a silo. But specifically, I really appreciated Supervisor Alessios and Supervisor Gallagher for really bringing up the Health in All Policies framework. This is a very innovative framework, and I'm glad to hear that it was already adopted for the city of Napa. And I think that this framework is part of the general plan update. Hopefully it can be weaved throughout the document, but I think the team has heard the importance of having that as either like a health element, as a standalone health element, or just weave through. And I think that would be really impactful, really, because when we think about health, we often think about clinics and medical care. Rather, in reality, however, our everyday lives, our housing, the air we breathe, our access to fresh food, and the safety and accessibility of our parks and transportation systems, all of that play into our health, as Supervisor Gallagher so eloquently stated. And so integrating this approach into the general plan is really fundamentally acknowledging that health is an outcome that every policy decision, whether it concerns land use, transportation, or economic development, really affects. And so this really ensures that the potential health impacts are systematically reviewed across all county departments, breaking down those silos and fostering a holistic approach to governance. And so I'm not being timed, but I'll just keep it short. So really appreciate the leadership of this team, and just thank you so much for this wonderful board with appreciation.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. Dr. Wu. Good morning, Director Yasumoto.
Good morning, if it's still morning. Chair Cottrell and members of the board, thanks for the opportunity. I just wanted to, I think, maybe echo, but just amplify also a comment about a health in all policies approach, and to add context across the landscape to what we see and do at Health and Human Services. As your board knows, at HHSA, we work tirelessly to address community health. In fact, our vision is a community in which all people have the opportunity to live fulfilling lives. We work toward this vision by providing life-changing and life-saving services every single day. They're delivered by dedicated staff and our network of community providers and partners. And of course, we work alongside our justice partners, our education partners, our workforce partners, our transportation partners, and virtually every sector in moving the needle forward. Our services are broad, and they include everything from food resources, employment support, housing support, health insurance enrollment, urgent response services, and a wide range of behavioral health and public health services, all targeted to residents across the lifespan. Collectively, we partner to knit together the strongest safety net possible for our residents. This work includes and is reinforced by our Community Health Improvement Plan, which has been referenced by a couple of board members here, including notably the way in which your board has generously set aside and prioritized MSA dollars for community health. And you'll remember our Community Health Improvement Plan has 5 priority areas, and they are not even by title specifically what you might think of as health. They are housing, access to health care services, economic stability, racial equity, LGBT inclusion, and behavioral health. And you know our CHIP has been operationalized by a clear vision for a collaborative approach and a framework. That vision and framework then drove the creation of objectives in partnership with stakeholders. And from those decisions, we made further funding decisions to support carrying out the objectives in our CHIP. And I share all of this to say that our collaborative approach would be bolstered by a health and all policies approach to the general plan. The reality is that we need all sectors to consider health and equity in policy decisions because nothing happens in isolation. It is all interconnected. Health and community wellness does not rest solely with health or with human and social services providers. Particularly now with the headwinds that we're facing in the safety net, We need to be strategic and have a broader approach that looks upstream. We know that government aims to do well and historically and sometimes makes decisions that create systemic inequities that often disproportionately impacts our most under-resourced and vulnerable communities. And mention was made to the fact that we oftentimes work in silos. And I know working in silos is faster and it's easier, but it's not better. A health and all policy approach will help to ensure that that doesn't happen. It's on all of us to drive collective impact with future generations in mind, and this next general plan will take us decades. The decisions we make now have significant consequences. But that's the wonderful thing about working here in Napa County and working for 5 board members who clearly have the vision and see the investments that we need to make now for the future. We have the spirit, vision, and ability to do better here in Napa, and I'm grateful for this county's approach and the vision to find through lines for our work and to think and act holistically. I wholeheartedly support the health and all policies and finding ways to embed them across all of the priority areas, whether it's a separate section and it's also woven. It is incumbent among government to find the through lines in our work. I would also just add, because the county's got a new strategic initiatives and goals, and one of them is specifically to build healthy, connected communities. So again, when we're talking about through lines, all of these initiatives and priorities do weave together. So I thank you again for your vision and approach.
Thank you, Director Yasumoto. So now I'm going to turn to staff and consultants and ask if there's any clarification you need about things that you've heard.
No, I think we all took notes, detailed notes. I want to thank Jennifer and Dr. Wu for their comments today. I wasn't expecting that, but that's great that they're joining the party. They're always welcome. Nonetheless, we anticipate coming back to you in January with a detailed scope of work that's reflective of the comments that we received today. So we'll look forward to that. Matt, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add, but Shannon, do you have anything you'd like to add? Any questions that were unanswered? I know that Supervisor Michelle Benvenuto had a question about the interplay between the EIR and the general plan.
Yeah, I can answer that question, but thank you. I can answer that, but I just also wanted to just thank everyone, members of the board, for providing your comments. We've taken a lot of notes, and a lot of these things we have integrated into the scope, but there are many more things that we can. So we just appreciate your feedback on the BDR process as well as your ideas for the future general plan. As far as the EIR, once we have a land use plan, so once we've gone through the alternatives and we have a approved land use plan, which will occur somewhere in the middle of 2027, that's when we could start the EIR, because at that point we'll know what growth we're expecting. So really the EIR is based off what growth projections we're anticipating, and that's where the impact analysis kind of builds on. And so that'll start in the middle of 2027 and kind of go along concurrently as we're drafting general plan policy. Does that answer your question? There are 19 topics of an EIR. Agriculture is one of them. Agriculture together with forestry, I believe, is one of the 19 topics. So that will be addressed. The impacts on the agricultural resources will be addressed in detail, as well as 18 other topics required under the California Environmental Quality Act. So it's very comprehensive and really aligns with all the topics that we're covering in the BDR. As I said, the BDR is the setting section for the environmental impact report. So it establishes the existing conditions, and then we aim to address those issues through policy, and then the EIR sort of identifies what the impacts are related to that policy and prepares the mitigation from that analysis. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. I'm seeing a nod from the audience, so thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you very much for all the direction. I really appreciate it.
Great. Thanks to you guys. Appreciate the teamwork here. So with that, we will move on to item 9A, and then we will move into our closed session immediately after that. So item 9A is a public hearing to adopt a resolution establishing certain Williamson Act agricultural preserves and approve and authorize 14 new contracts. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And good morning. It's still morning.
Good morning, Chair Cottrell and members of the board. I'm Daniel Zador with planning staff. This item is the annual new and replacement Williamson Act agricultural preserve contract agreements. The requested actions involves 14 ag preserve contracts, including 2 rescind and replacement contracts, and would bring greater than 450 new acres into the act. As such, the Director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services requests adoption of a resolution establishing certain agricultural preserves, type A and H, and approval and authorization for the chair to approve and execute 14 new contracts as identified in the attached resolution, which includes rescission of 2 existing contracts and replacing them with 2 new contracts. We are requesting the adoption of the resolution to approve the identified contracts. And that's it. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment in the room or on the phones. Okay, then I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will bring it back to the board and ask if there are any questions or comments for Mr. Zador. Supervisor Manfree, and then Supervisor Gallagher.
Yeah, no questions. Just thank you for bringing this forward, and I look forward to supporting the application of the Williamson Act here. It really does a lot to help preserve ag in the long term in California, and I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I just was wondering if you knew why Director Tudor was not able to predict the taxes, the tax revenue. There was a comment in the staff report that you couldn't get that information, and I was curious about that because I would imagine just looking at the current taxes paid on those parcels compared with what they potentially are going to be.
I don't have an answer to that. We like our portion of the process is to get the contracts lined up, and how they come up with their taxation is, I defer to them on all those questions, so I would have to just ask John.
Thank you. I thought that would be something that would not be difficult to do, so I was just curious why we couldn't get the information, but you noted you couldn't get it. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I just want to, Supervisor Ramos.
I just have a question in terms of the budgeting for how we handle this. And so the subvention funds come in, and that's a pennies on the dollar that help offset this. So we're looking at, when Mr. Tudor decides to get us the fund, the amount, it's probably going to be, I don't know, 800,000, maybe 850. We apply the 90,000 of subvention funds. And so my question is, are we just reflecting this as revenues not received? Maybe that's a CEO question, or someone else.
I can weigh in just on the concept of the subvention funds. The subvention funds actually have not been paid since 2009.
2010.
Yeah. So you're right. It's not just pennies, it's zero. But CEO.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm not sure what accounting function we apply to that, but we can look into it and get back to you.
So I just asked this from more curiosity and understanding of how we reflect it, because if we're not making, we're not realizing the revenue, because we are at the front end discounting the revenue. And so in terms of tracking that in the budget, there's I guess I'm wondering, aside from Williamson Act contract renewals that come in December, where else in the budget world do we track our unrealized revenue? And does it need to be tracked somewhere in the budget? It's more of a question of, I'm not really certain how this, how we keep track of discounts we apply to ourselves.
I would want to defer to John Tudor's expertise on that, but I do want to note that I know in communication with one of the applicants, they are doing this for like estate planning, that they actually, with their current Prop 13 tax benefit, it actually is greater than the ag contract, but when the time comes for the property to change hands or the next generation take over, it's already set up for the sort of tax benefit of that contract. So per one of the contracts, we're not losing any money compared to the Prop 13 benefit that's already given by that Prop 13 protection. But beyond that, I'll have to defer to John Tudor's mathematics.
This is an investment, right? I see it as an investment that this county is making. I've said that long ago. I don't necessarily even see it as a backfill for the subvention funds not received. I do, in fact, see it as an investment into our agricultural lands. So I guess the question is, maybe for the budget staff, Mr. CEO, where should we start reflecting that investment somewhere? Because it is about 1.5 million in reduced revenue. And so maybe there's a place where it lives so that we can show in the budget that this board is making a $1.5 million investment into agricultural land preservation. That's all. I don't have an answer as much as I just have lots of questions.
Great point. Thank you. And I think the only observation I would add is just, I think it's been said here already, that this is a really important tool. We're so fortunate to have the Ag Preserve here. So sometimes people think we don't necessarily need Williamson Act contracts, but they really are an important tool for farmers to be able to continue to preserve their land and also have access. The fact that it's a temporary thing, I think, is important too. So it buys a lot of time with our investment. So with that, I would ask for a motion.
I'll move to adopt a resolution establishing certain Williamson Act agricultural preserves type A and H and approve and authorize 14 new contracts as identified in the attached resolution, which includes rescission of 2 existing contracts and replacing them with 2 new contracts.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Manfree, a second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And it is 12:01. So at this time, we will take up item 10A in closed session. This item is public employee performance evaluation under Government Code Section 54957, title Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. Is there any public comment on this item in the room or on the phones? Okay, then we will close public comment and we will recess to close session. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our December 16th meeting of the Napa County Board of Supervisors. We are back from our closed session, so I would like to ask Ms. Bratton, County Counsel, if there is a report out.
Thank you. The board met in closed session today on item 10A, public employee performance evaluation for the Ag Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting. And happy holidays and happy New Year, everyone. And we will see each other again in January, January 13th. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.